Hey guys, what's up? How we doing? I'm finally done with school, and I feel, well, I still kind of feel stressed. I'm not gonna lie, but I feel less stressed, which is nice. So we're gonna take it chill today. Yeah, we hate school. I hate school. My setup is kind of scuffed, so you have to bear with me. This is my setup. We're building on my desk. I moved my keyboard and mouse out of the way so I could do this. And we're building this, the Emperor's Throne Room. I don't know if you can see it. Yeah, you can kind of see it. It's not scuffed? Okay. You're the pro streamer, so I trust you. It has 807 pieces. It probably won't take me that long because I'm kind of a pro at this. I've done this like 100 times already, so we'll see. How many bags we got? Dude, this kind of looks like a lot, I'm not gonna lie. We got straws. You'll be timing me? Okay. Hold on. Let me know when you start the timer. That's bag 3. This is bag 1. Bag 5. This is also bag 1. Bag 2. Okay, it's not too bad. Only 5 bags in total. Just put those on the ground. I'll start once you dump bag 1. Okay. How many pages does this have? It's got 153. Okay. You know what? I'm probably going to use the PDF instead, because it might be easier. It's 807 pieces. Let's see. Can I find the PDF, please? Instructions. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that'll be a lot easier. We're not going to use this. All right. Let's start. Bag 1. Hope you guys are doing well. I've been so busy with all my assignments. I think I got done like Thursday night was my last day of like working on everything. Yes, hey Legend, how's it going? I'm gonna call you Legend because that's what I know you by from Audrey's chat. Legend. Bro is the legend. There are no stickers, surprisingly, which is nice. You don't have to deal with that. We love that when there are no stickers. All right, first piece. Here we go. Step 1 is done. Oh, wait, hold on. There's different kinds. Okay, this one is... That one's smaller. I think I use the longer ones. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's been a while since I've built a Lego set. I think it's been since October was my last one. I was like browsing on Amazon a few nights ago because I was looking for a new mouse because my scroll wheel is kind of broken. Oh wait, hold on. I'm already messing up. No. So I was looking for a new mouse, but I wanted to get the same mouse that I already have because I like using it. But it's like $200. And I'm like, no way, I'm not paying $200 for that. Because apparently the mouse that I have is like kind of discontinued now. And they don't make it anymore, which kind of sucks. Yeah, $200. So I went to the I typed in Lego and I was scrolling around and I saw this and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna buy it. It aims better. I mean, it is a really nice mouse, but I didn't pay $200 when I bought it. I bought it for like $100 a few years ago, and now it's like 200. So I bought Lego instead. Glorious model? Yeah, I've heard about those mice. I might have to look into it. Uh, this piece. Because yeah, I used to play a lot of FPS games. I used to play a lot of Apex, but now I'm not really playing much. Maybe I'll play more. Who knows? But FPS games kind of fell off for me a little bit. They just haven't been as fun. Apex, dude, Apex is fun, but I got burnt out on it because I played it way too much. Let's play some FPS, but not Apex. I was watching some. I was watching XUC play Valorant the other day. Maybe we could do Valorant. That looked kind of fun. There's apparently a new agent who can like res herself now, which is a bit insane. Yeah, Clove. Freaking Clove, man. My brother, he plays a lot of Overwatch, but I can't stand that game anymore. Raze, I played Raze a lot when it was the beta because I got a beta key, and I played Raze a lot. But if we do play, I'd probably play like Chamber or Jet. The thing is, when I play those games, I like to push and rush forward. I'm pretty impatient, which is not how you should play those games at all. So I haven't like really like gotten into like the competitive side of it. I've just been, playing the quick play or whatever. Yeah, Duelist is like Jet or something. Jet is pretty fun. What else is there? So I got done with school, which is nice. I'm getting my grades back slowly. So far, I'm passing everything. So that's a relief. I think I get like everything back on Monday. Yeah, the hardest part about learning those games for me is the maps. It takes a long time to learn like the lineups and everything, like where to throw your smoke and your flashbangs, which is like a whole other layer. You have to learn like your agent, and then you have to learn the maps. So it takes a while, and I never really put the time in. Yeah, peace of mind. Yeah, there's a lot of layers to the game. Yeah, I just mostly play for fun, really. I'm not like too interested in the competitive side. People in team chat are mean too. Like even in quick play. Like for no reason. Like just be nice, man. It's not that serious. Yeah, it's very toxic. It's the same thing with League as well. Like I was playing League yesterday and geez, everyone is so toxic. If League had voice chat, oh man. Wait, I used the wrong piece here. Already messing up. I'm rusty. It's been a while. I gotta find some new games to play too. Now that I'm on break, I have so much free time. He said he's a pro. Hold on. Let me cook. Here we go. But yeah, I'm thinking maybe tomorrow we start Dark Souls 2. Because I've had that game in my library for like a year now, and I haven't played it. Maybe we'll go through my Steam after and pick out what games we want to play. Because there's so many games that I need to finish. How often are you gonna stream? I plan to try and stream at least like 5 times a week, hopefully. But I'm like very lazy, you know. So sometimes that probably won't happen. I just be lazy. There's also some new games coming out for the summer. We have the Elden Ring DLC, which is in June, I think, like June 21st. But I don't know if there are any like new releases that are coming out that are soon. probably gonna do like a 12-hour stream for the Elden Ring DLC. That's gonna be a long stream. $12? Yeah, 12 hours. I'm gonna wear my suit and everything. Yeah, I'm gonna wear my suit. I gotta dress nice. What kind of suit? You know, like a tuxedo. Gotta dress nice. Oh, I put these on backwards. Bow tie? Yeah. I'm not really a fan of the tie. I prefer the bow tie. Yeah, I like the bow ties. They're drippy. There's a new Star Wars game coming out later this year in August called Star Wars Outlaws. And, there's been some like a lot of drama going on with it because of the pricing. You know what? Hold on, I'll pull it up. We'll watch the trailer and then we'll look at everything. The game looks good, but it costs a lot of money for some reason. All right, here. We'll watch the trailer and then we'll look at the prices.
Each of you represents some of the most powerful criminal organizations in the galaxy. Pikes, Crimson Dawn, Hutts. It's a golden age for the underworld. The Empire controls every corner of the galaxy, but they're distracted by a rebellion that won't quit. It's an opportunity to make millions.
Millions. We're gonna make money.
Kay Vess, the underworld's favorite new scoundrel. We meet at last.
What do you want?
Zarek Besh. They're new, rich, and lethal. You crossed their boss Sliro, and now he wants you gone. Rob his fortune and buy your freedom.
This job, it's a death wish. I'm in.
Out here, you live and die by your reputation. You want to survive? Know the players.
You're new to this world.
What's your problem?
Come back when you're not.
Jabba, right? Look, don't try anything. I got a whole crew surrounding the... Okay, we're skipping that part.
For about as long as I can remember, it's just been me and Nix. Doing what we have to survive. This job is my one shot at freedom. But if we're gonna pull this off, we need the right crew. And the right ship. Yes. Hang on.
I hire you because you are one of the best hunters in the Outer Rim.
She's more connected than you let on, Sliro. Bess is mixed up in something bigger.
The Outer Rim is a dangerous place. Everyone is fighting for their piece of the galaxy. But all I want is to live free. So I'm gonna risk it all. Hold on, Nick!
Star Wars Outlaws pre-order available now.
So that's the trailer. It looks fun. I'm not gonna lie. I'll play it when it comes out. But let's talk about the actual controversy now. Yeah, story-driven game. It's open world, tons of planets. It looks fun. But this is the pricing for it, which is kind of insane. So the standard edition is just the base game, and you get a pre-order bonus, which is just like cosmetic stuff. But the gold edition has a 3-day early access and a season pass. And the season pass gives you more missions in the game, which is I don't know how I feel about that. Like when you buy the game, like the base game, it should come with everything. You shouldn't have to pay extra for more stuff, especially on release. And this is 145 Canadian. And if you want the Ultimate Edition, it's 170. Like, that is a lot of money for a game. You know, I'm learning about making games and stuff, and it takes a lot to make a game. But 170 is just a lot of money. It's a whole week of groceries, yeah. Like, I'm sure the devs, they put a lot into it. It looks good. But it's a lot of money. So I'm in like this weird spot now where like, usually these Ubisoft games, they go on sale after a while. And you can just get them on sale. But like, I'm a Star Wars guy. I kind of want to play this on release. Like, I see everything on release. For a Star Wars at least. You know, I watch all the shows. I stay up late for when they drop. So this is like kind of hard for me because dishing out 145 to get more missions is just kind of crazy. And 3-day early access. And then if you like have the Ubisoft Plus or whatever, you can join with $20 a month. Which might honestly just be better. Because I can definitely finish the game in like probably like a week if I'm going to be streaming a lot. So I might honestly just do that. Instead of just buying the game to own it. Because it is a lot of money. Yeah, so I'm probably just gonna do the Ubisoft Plus or whatever. Because I don't really feel like spending 145 for that. And then there's a lot of controversy too that it's a female protagonist and people are complaining, but like, really, man, just grow up. It's not that big of a deal. As long as the story is good, it's fine. I don't know why people are mad about that. So yeah, that's coming out. When does that come out? It's like August 20th or something. Let me see. Star Wars Outlaws, August 27th. So that's like at the end of summer. But there's also this other game that comes out around that time called Black Myth Wukong. And this game has been like announced for like a super long time. I think they announced it back in like, I want to say 2020 or 2021. And a lot of people are excited for this game, myself included. I'm super excited because it's gonna be kind of like Dark Souls in a way. We can watch a trailer for this as well.
You ready?
Why do I have ads? I hate ads. Let's see. Black Myth Wukong. It's like Chinese mythology and stuff. It looks really good. But I'm hoping you won't need like a supercomputer to run it because the graphics they look pretty intense. This trailer came out, I think, a few months ago.
To ascend, yet fame still holds sway. Their glory fades through time in tombs of somber gray. You too want to be an immortal?
Master,
Your computer would
are there
die.
more good
Probably.
folks in the world
It'd
or
probably blow
bad?
up.
More good, of course.
Then why is there always suffering? And why do the bad folks always win?
Because goodness without teeth punishes not. It only foments evil. Cleanse the world with blood and grow lotuses in it. That is your destiny.
This game looks so cool.
I, the keeper of the New West, welcome the Destined One.
That guy looks kind of weird.
Destined one who doesn't even know what he's destined for. Those old rascals, they surely know how to.
This is called Black Myth Wukong.
Is my kind destined for extermination? You're driven by glory, not destiny.
So this is the face of the Destined One. It will fit me just as well.
Bathed in blood, yet preaching peace. Oh, you immortals, pray enlighten me. What justifies your superiority? Sweet destiny.
It just looks very like cinematic. Yeah, so this is August 20th. And Outlaws comes out, what was it, 27th? I already forgot. I think it was 27th or something. So I got like a week to beat Outlaws and then play this. And then school starts in like, oh man, I think it's September something. Let me see. It might be September 2nd or September 9th. Either one of those. Yeah, school. EU school. I do really like what I'm studying though. If you guys don't know the lore, when did I graduate high school? That was 2022. I graduated. And I went straight into computer engineering. And I did that for like 2.5 months, and I hated it. I was miserable. So I dropped out. I took a year off, and I went for game design instead. And I'm really happy I did. Probably one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. Am I missing a piece? Oh no. But yeah, to get into game design, I had to like make a portfolio and everything. So I spent a good amount of time doing that when I took my year off. And I plan to work on it more now that I'm home. Because that's ultimately what's going to get me a job, is my portfolio. So I think that's partially the reason why I'm so stressed, is because I still have work to do, even though I'm on break. Because you would think you would just be done and then you would just chill out. But I still got some stuff that I have to do, that I got to get working on. Because it's a lot of work. It is a lot of work. Almost done with bag 1. This is what we got so far. This little base thing. Doesn't look too bad. What else is there to talk about? I don't know. When I usually build Lego, I just put on my earbuds and I just listen to music. Don't really talk at all. How many years left do I have? I have 1 more year. The program is only 2 years. And then I'll start working. Hopefully, I'll find a job. My brother, who is a year younger than me, he's studying kinesiology, which is like completely different from what I'm doing. So he has like a lot of years left for school. He has to like go to med school and everything. It's a lot of work for him as well. But he's big brain, so he got it, I think. Yeah, he's smart. He got the brains. Going back for your masters, yeah. School is nice because of the social aspect, but doing the work is it's a pain. I'm missing a piece. Where is it? Am I actually missing a piece? I don't see it. Am I blind? It's not in any of the bags. Yeah, I didn't get any of the brains. I'm gonna be real. I can't find this piece. Did I use it somewhere else by accident? There's no way. Time to message Lego? Yeah, they scammed me. Like sometimes the pieces get left in the bags when you dump them out, but I don't see it. So I don't know what's up with that. We carry on, I guess. That's unfortunate. Freaking Lego, man. They scammed me. This set is usually, I think it's like $130. But I got it for $100, which isn't too bad. I mean, most of the price that you're paying is for the Star Wars license. There's like a lot of other Lego sets that have like the same like piece count and everything, but they're a lot less. Like the larger Star Wars sets, they cost a lot of money. We'll do a Lego tour after. Well, maybe I can probably pull up. I think I have a picture. I'll send it to myself and we can look at it. I'll go through it. All right, so this is the collection that I have behind me, but this isn't all of it though. These are like my my main sets that I keep in my room because I think they look nice. So I got the Falcon, the Star Destroyer. You can probably zoom in more. The gunship, the Razor Crest. This is the one that I built recently in like October. Got Yoda down here. BD1. There's my saber. Just in case anybody tries to steal my Lego, I have my saber ready. So you better watch out. Don't attempt anything. But yeah, these are like my main sets. I have a bunch of other sets in my basement. Like the smaller play sets from when I was a kid. I don't think I have a picture of those though. I have so many playsets. Yeah, I don't think I have a picture of that. But yeah, this is like my main collection with the higher end sets. And I'm really happy with it. You know? Like, this is a good collection, I feel like. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna leave them here, honestly. I'll just leave them with my parents. Because it's gonna suck to move all of this. You can't leave them, that's sad, but they'll be safe. Like, I don't even know how you would move something like this. Like, if I get a job, like, far away, I'll have to, like, drive with all of this. And this is, like, a lot. And I still have more as well. But this is, like... This is a lot of money spent on just plastic. But it's cool, though. It's nice to have a hobby. It's a flex, too. This is the only thing I got going for me. My Lego collection. I still didn't find that piece. Same. Yeah. I only live for my Lego now. My goal is to collect all of the UCS sets. So if you don't know what UCS is, it's like this subline for Star Wars called Ultimate Collector Series. I already have a few of them, but a lot of the ones that are out or were out are like retired now, so I can't get them anymore. But once I start working, I'll buy them on the aftermarket. I don't care. I'll pay the money. Let's see. Is there like a list of every... Oh yeah, here we go. So yeah, the first two were the X-Wing and the TIE Interceptor. These came out in 2001. So that's a while ago. Do you think you have to move to get a job? Honestly, I probably will have to. There isn't a whole lot around me for, you know, game dev or game design, which kind of sucks. There's like stuff out in Toronto, which is like an hour and a half away. So that isn't like too bad. Or if I get something in like America, yeah. Yeah, Toronto has a few game dev jobs. One of the final courses is actually a job placement. So I think like the school like organizes something for you. You have to like work, I think like it's like 70 hours or something. Around there. So I guess if they like you, they'll probably hire you as well. Oh, I didn't even build the minifigure. That's like the best part. What did they do with Luke's hair? It looks horrible. Why does it look like that? They messed up bro's hair. There he is. You see him? Kind of. But yeah, and then there's Yoda, Darth Maul. There's another Star Destroyer as well that came out in 2007. There are quite a few. So I have this one, Obi-Wan's Jedi Starfighter. I have the Sandcrawler. I have the Slave One. I have, let's see, the Falcon, the new Star Destroyer, the gunship, the Razor Crest. So that's like 7. But there's still quite a few more that I need to get. We should get the same Lego set and race? Sure. Which one do you want to get? Do we want to get like a massive one? Or should we get like a medium sized one? A massive one? Okay. We'll have to pick something out. We co-stream and battle it out? I'm so down. That sounds like fun. We gotta like hire a commentator. You might know a guy? Okay, good. Because I don't know anyone that would want to do that. It's been like so long since I've talked to like most of my IRL friends. Everyone is just so busy. Like, I'd be messaging in the Discord server, and people just leave me on red. But, you know, people are dealing with stuff. That's just life. Same one, oh, same amount of pieces. We could do that as well. Let's see. Lego.com. How many pieces we talking? Like a 3K maybe? Wait, build in Star Wars? That's all I collect. It's all I can collect, because if I start to collect more, I'll get carried away and then I'll be broke. So I limit myself to only Star Wars. That's what I grew up collecting too. I mean, I do have some other sets from other themes, but I only collect Star Wars. What theme should we do then? You'll throw it off your balcony? Dude, the Star Wars sets are so good though. Most of them are, at least. Yeah, that is true. They're just gray. They're just all gray. Oh, I do have this. I do have a Lego Wally. I think it's somewhere here. I'm gonna grab it. One sec. All right, I found him. Yeah, so this set released like, oof, I want to say maybe 2014. Hold on, let me get the wiki. Lego Wally. He's like $500 now. Dude, I made profit. Does it say when the release date was? Why can I not find the, oh, 2015. I was close. How do I show this? Let me just take a picture and just send it to myself. Because this set is actually really cool. Okay. Yeah, so this is him. He looks so cool. I had to get this when I saw it. He's so well built. It really sucks that they don't have him anymore, because this would be perfect for you. And all the pieces are printed as well. There's no stickers. Oh my gosh, it's Vader. Vader's cool though. We like Vader. I'm a Vader stan. But yeah, that's Wally. When I had my old setup, he would chill on my desk, but I don't have any room anymore. You guys want to see my setup actually? I'm just going to show off everything I have in my room. Room tour, yeah. So this is my setup. This is a little... The picture's a little old, but it looks the same. My PC. My Kool-Aid. I don't have any Kool-Aid with me today. Usually I do. I have my Star Wars posters behind my PC. But yeah. This is my setup. I got a whole space station. But it is it's really nice. You know, I have like 3 monitors. It makes doing work so much easier. My setup looks like garbage compared to yours. I mean, this is like where all my money goes, just into my setup. What else is there to talk about? So I'm done with school. We need to find new games. What else? I don't really know. I don't really know. There was something I wanted to mention, but I forgot. I forgot. I don't remember. My memory's just bad. Should we watch a video? Talk about your hopes and dreams? I don't know, man. I just be taking it day by day. I think that's just the way to live. Honestly. It's nice to have goals and stuff, but, you know, just take your time, really. Don't rush anything. Just be chill, you know? Give us more lore. What do you want to know about? Any pets? No. I couldn't handle losing a pet. That's probably the reason why I don't have one. And I don't think my parents want a pet either, so. Maybe when I move out. We'll see. If I move out. My favorite game ever? Probably Elden Ring. Elden Ring was probably a big reason why I wanted to become a game dev. There was just something about that game for me that just... it kind of stuck with me in a way. It kind of changed my perspective on what games can actually be. Because usually when you play games, it's for entertainment. But Elden Ring to me was more of an experience. And I don't think I've had that with any other game before. It's just that's touching. Yeah. Are we going to ever go back to our farm? Because I was enjoying the game. It is fun. Anyone else hate these pieces? Like, it hurts my fingers. These, like, they're called Technic pieces. And they like just like snap together. I like the normal building blocks, man. I don't like these. A lot of the larger sets are mostly just pieces like this because they need like support and everything. So after you build them, your fingers hurt a lot, at least for me. Almost as bad as stickers, yeah. We do not like them. They suck. At least this set doesn't have any, which is nice. No, this is bag 2. We are on bag 2. How many bags? I think there were like 5. Yeah, 5 bags or something. I remember when I built the Falcon. It was like, well, how many bags are in the? How many? Okay, so there's 17, I guess, stages, you would call them. Because there were like 5 bags with number 1 and like 3 bags with number 2. So in total, there were 66 bags, which is a lot of plastic. I still have the box for it. The box is super nice. I think it's in my shed or something. We should listen to Star Wars Lo-Fi while I do this. Let's see. I want it to be too loud. I really needed this today. Been so stressed with all my work, but at least it's done. Now I just gotta wait for Marks to get back. See how I did. Yeah, I'm sure I passed everything. I'm just hoping I did well, at least. For one of my final assignments, I had to do like this data analysis on a free-to-play game, and it had like 4 parts to it. And the free-to-play game I chose was League of Legends, because there's just a lot of info on the game. I didn't want to choose like something like too obscure. College isn't that hard to pass if you put in the effort? Yeah. League? Yeah. I did one of my final assignments on League. And you know what? I actually did pretty good on it because I already got my marks back this morning for it. Yeah, we need to do a League stream. 24-hour League stream. To impress the dude, and I was so bad. Oh, you played Yumi? You have trauma with Lee because he yelled at you? Jeez. I mean, League is traumatic regardless. Like, I was playing yesterday, and I have trauma from yesterday. Yeah, I feel like if you play League of Legends for fun, like if you just do normals, it's enjoyable. But when you start getting into ranked, then it becomes like really bad. Like me and my friends, we used to play normals all the time. And we would just pick like random champions and just mess around. Yeah, sometimes unranked can be toxic too. Yeah, I miss Fortnite too. The good old days of Fortnite. That was my main game. It just doesn't feel the same anymore. Yeah, when I used to play Fortnite, I was still a console player. I never really played much of it when I got a PC. I think Fortnite was like probably the first game where I just put in a lot of time into it. Like, that was the only game I used to play. Yeah, I did try keyboard and mouse, but you have to put in a lot of time if you want to learn keyboard and mouse, and I couldn't be bothered. There's just so many buttons to it. Yeah, it is hard to go from controller to keyboard. And now that I'm on keyboard, it's hard for me to go back to controller. For FPS games, at least. Like, I don't mind playing single-player games with controller. Quite a few pieces in this bag. I feel like more than bag one almost. I also gotta get learning on my guitar. I haven't gotten an actual chance to play it because I've just been so busy with school. But I do want to get pretty good. Because I do like guitar. Guitar stream? Yeah, maybe. Maybe we'll do a guitar stream. Because I got it for Christmas. And I haven't really played it much. So I'm going to put in some hours now that I'm home from school. Yeah, hobbies do help with stress. The more you have, the better. There are so many of these pieces. I hate them. They do be coming along though. It's a lot smaller than I thought it would be. Should we react to some videos? Will I do this? Let's see. Last time I streamed, I finished Returnal, and that game was so confusing. There's got to be like a Returnal explained video or something, because I don't understand what I played at all. Let's see. Returnal explained. 50-minute lore video? Do we do it? Yeah, why not? Be nice to watch something.
Returnal.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Here's a link of the video. If you guys want to give it a like or whatever. I don't want to steal this guy's content, but that's what I'm pretty much doing. All right.
Is a game steeped in mystery, with a story about one woman and how she managed to end up in her own personal version of hell, forced to endure a terrible fate and relive past memories that she wished stayed buried. How will she overcome this? Well, you'll have to wait and see. Today I want to talk about the story of Returnal, and not only explain to you what happened within the story, but also critique and analyze it along the way.
Okay, this is
looking
perfect.
at its themes and design and how that connects back to the story, and how its elements of storytelling impact its narrative for good or ill. Make sure to like the video if you enjoy, and subscribe if you're new for more content like this. Feel free to check out my other videos, which are other story analyses but on a variety of games and series, and as always, let's get started. The very beginning of Returnal starts strong with elements of mystery and intrigue, as we're first introduced to our protagonist Celine. She's a part of a NASA-like program called Astra, but while exploring the reaches of space, she sees a signal for something called the White Shadow located on the planet Atropos. We'll learn soon, but this name is particularly important to Celine, which is why she goes closer to check it out. Upon entering its atmosphere though, her ship is shot down, forcing her to crash land on the planet's surface. What shot her down? Unknown, but that's the least of her worries, as after walking about 40 feet she stumbles across another scout from Astra. However, not only are they dead, but the name on the helmet is Celine. Worse than that, there is another dead scout in the next room, but this one has a scout log attached to it and the speaker is also Celine.
If you're hearing this, you are stuck here too.
Yeah, I remember all of this.
I don't remember recording that.
Shortly after, the player may start to encounter some enemies, creatures native to the planet. These are your run-of-the-mill wildlife, but after a while they start to get stronger and depending on your skill, might be too strong for your current setup. Eventually, you will die, but death is a part of the experience as dying doesn't reset you back to a previous checkpoint but rather the very first level. But just as the player has the foresight and knowledge of the previous run, so too does Celine. She remembers the crash and everything she did before. She even recalls how the environment in the first level has changed to something different. If you manage to survive...
Yeah, so like every time you die, the game would restart. Which is, it can be frustrating sometimes, but it adds a good layer of difficulty. And I think it worked really well for this game. What am I building now? Oh, I see. Okay. But yeah, let's keep watching. Let's see.
Long enough though, you'll start to see more of the world, and possibly become even more engrossed in what's going on. While the levels are filled with wildlife, all of whom are extremely hostile and primal, surrounding these areas are likely statues and pillars of alien-like creatures. Many of these rooms also have these same aliens depicted in authoritative positions, portraying a sense of sentience and order. Hilariously, these aliens are from here on out called the Sentients, but we'll spend more time talking about them soon. So we have a weird planet with shifting levels and multiple alien species that made this place their home. Fortunately, depending on who you ask, Celine won't be without a home either, as located within these levels is her home, the one she lived in back on Earth.
Yeah,
It's
this was
almost as if-
weird. Like, you would walk around and you would just find your house. Like, why is my house on this planet? It doesn't make any sense. And I don't think the game really explained why. Unless this was like all part of her like imagination or something. Like, yeah. Just keep watching.
The entire thing just teleported to Atropos and now sits idly by watching Celine. The house isn't the only thing watching over her, as when Celine naturally goes to investigate, she is stalked by a mysterious astronaut in an old Apollo-era spacesuit, who then seems to stun her, knocking and sending her back outside the house. Which is where our story truly begins. For anyone confused, Celine is indeed caught in a loop, forced to return to the very beginning every time she dies, only to do it all over again. According to her, Astra won't pick her up until the signal is found, so she's on her own for the time being. There's also a lot more to Celine than she is letting on, which is what the entire story of the game focuses on. Celine's history and her actions are the central core of the story of Returnal. Sadly, a lot of that isn't revealed until the end of the game, which is why the gameplay takes center stage. Surprisingly, Returnal is one of the few games where gameplay and story are uniquely tied to each other in almost every way. Returnal is by genre a roguelike, a category of games based around deaths, redos, and retries. Death and RNG are core parts of these games, and Returnal is no different, but it attempts to blur that line as much as possible by having the world shift like roguelikes often do. Every run on Returnal is different, from the enemies to the weapons to the layout themselves, no two runs will be the same. It keeps things fresh while also forcing you to stay on your toes, adapting to everything you come across. Returnal takes all of this and blends it into the story, showcasing how Atropos seems to shift around every time Celine comes back. It's a wonderful system, and weirdly was a game I originally bought just for this gameplay. Returnal released a few years ago on the PS5, but around the time I started to take note of the game, the PC version was set to release in a few months, so I decided to wait until it came out to start my journey. Once release day came, I played up to where we are now, before dropping it, as I didn't realize the game is going to have such a heavy focus on the story. So I decided to wait until I had more time, as it could possibly lead to another topic for a video, and, well, here we are. Returnal does an incredible job of pulling the player into the game and its story. I find it hard to not be interested in the story, at least from the opening moment, given what we just learned. It's a great example of less is more.
I don't know if I was interested in story, because I really just didn't know what was going on. It was just so confusing. I mostly enjoyed it because of the gameplay. Gameplay is just really fun. Like, it just feels so fluid. It's just, I still like play it when I have free time. There's like this like endless challenge mode called the Tower. And you just have to like get like a high score, really. That's all you have to do. And that's pretty fun. But like, I just didn't find enjoyment in the story because I just didn't understand it, I guess. Alright, let's keep watching.
It's like a horror game in that respect. Jump scares aren't always needed to scare the player, as sometimes just a bit of sound and level design can go a long way. And I feel like Returnal manages to encapsulate that feeling, but uses it in its own way. Returnal isn't a horror game, not by a long shot, but it uses these same elements to invoke enough intrigue and mystery to keep the player going. Why is Celine trapped? Why is there another corpse of her on the planet? Why is her house here? Who is the astronaut? Many questions were asked by this point and were both important and interesting enough to me that I was immediately hooked. From moment one, I wanted to see this adventure through to the end no matter where that took me. Unfortunately for me, finding the answer was going to be harder than I thought. The actual objective is to find the source of the White Shadow signal. To get there, you must cross through 3 biomes: the Overgrown Ruins, the Crimson Wastes, and the Derelict Citadel, or to put simply, levels 1, 2, and 3. This means you'll have to cross 3 whole areas without dying, as death takes you right back to the beginning of the first level.
Yep.
The end of each biome also has a boss, all of whom have 3 phases. As you can see, it's not easy, and this coupled with the inherent nature of roguelikes, constantly resetting your progress and making you start from the beginning, was likely enough to filter out lots of players. Assuming you can make it through this hellish gauntlet, you'll be greeted by the final boss of the game, Nemesis. While Nemesis definitely stands out among the rest, I would say that all the bosses are gorgeous. The creature design is otherworldly, and the team really makes them feel alien, like they're directly out of an H.P. Lovecraft novel. I especially like the way they handled the Nemesis fight in particular, as it starts off like a typical video game level, an alternate dimension with just one large platform in the middle. But in the second phase, the game splits it apart, forcing you to grapple across to the other side, only for the finale to create an almost miniature version of the entire run, as you race from one end of the map to the other while fending off its attacks. It's absolutely gorgeous, and the gameplay is so well refined that even if you don't find the story that interesting, you could still get a lot of mileage out of this game as a strictly action-focused roguelike.
Yeah, that's
Once Celine
pretty
defeats
much
Nemesis, though, she wakes up
how
from
it
the
was
dream
for
realm
me.
that Nemesis put her in, only to come across the large device at the end of the hall. This is the White Shadow that she was meant to find. This also means Astra can pick her up and take her home. Following this is an extremely fast look at the rest of Celine's life. She goes home and gets interviewed about her findings, relaxes, has kids, grows old, and eventually passes on. I know that seemed rather quick, but I pretty much condensed an entire 12 hours in a one neat timeline. Returnal can be hard and unforgiving at times. Sometimes it's skill, sometimes it's bad luck, mostly it's both. It's a stressful journey having to reset back at the beginning because of one mistake, but that's what makes the ending worth it. You and Celine managed to stick it out against a planet that wanted to break you. You survived the impossible, so it's only natural that you get a satisfying ending to cap off your journey. Celine escaped, survived, and had a happy ending. Congratulations.
But that isn't what really happened.
No, I can't be here. I escaped. I was... Helios, you're still here too.
Surprise! We're back. Even in death, you can never escape Atropos. Just because you die on a different planet doesn't mean you found a loophole. And dying of old age versus a bullet wound means nothing to Atropos. Death ultimately...
Oh, so that's what happened. Because I died on Earth, I somehow respawned back here? Interesting. I guess that makes a bit more sense now.
It tastes the same no matter what flavor it says on the box. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to hell. I think it speaks for itself, but it's such an incredible twist, especially after what we just talked about. Depending on your skill, this might have taken...
So I escaped, I go back to Earth, I live my life, and then I die, and I wake up in hell, and hell is just the planet again. I guess I can see that, yeah. It just wasn't told very well in the game at all. Like, I would have never figured that out. Okay.
Quite a while to achieve, only to find out that it was all meaningless, and that you were as close to officially escaping as you were in every other loop. Atropos isn't going to let Celine off the hook just yet, as there are many things the player must see and more things Celine must come to terms with, but it's not going to hand this to her on a silver platter. Atropos actually plans on making her journey even harder by giving her 3 new levels to traverse. Now don't worry, that doesn't mean we have to complete 6 levels back to back, as Acts 1 and 2 are separate from each other, so it's just another gauntlet of 3 levels. But seeing as we're going to be staying here a bit longer than we'd hoped, it's probably a good idea to learn about the planet and introduce ourselves to the locals. Throughout your time in Returnal, the biggest head scratcher that comes early on is the aliens that have seemed to inhabit the planet. Most of these aliens, called Sentients, seem to have died before our arrival, with another group of aliens called the Severed being the only ones left. Left behind are numerous archives and xenoglyphs that the player can read, but will require a specific amount of xenoglyph ciphers to fully decipher. Xenoglyphs and archives are going to help piece together what's going on with the aliens, while the scout logs in the house will help us understand Celine. These aren't the only pieces of info that we can find though, as all the enemies and equipment in the game have an analysis counter that fills up the more we kill or acquire that specific enemy or item. My only real gripe with the system is how random everything is. It's not really Returnal's fault, more so a flaw of it being a roguelike, but it still doesn't make it any better.
I'm not stealing
Everything
it. I linked to the
house is
video.
a completely random location, since the levels change every cycle. So there's no way to tell what scout log spawns where. It's also impossible to game the system by noticing patterns. I went through this same door multiple times, and while I got the same environment, the enemies and items that spawned were different. Essentially, the only way to unlock things is to brute force it and hope you get lucky. Using notes and diaries like Returnal does is not something new, especially when it's placed out of order like this, but these storytelling devices only work when they're placed by a real human. Those games reward those who
just
explore
watching
by
a
giving
video.
them extra gear or notes that further develop the story.
I played this
And while
game
I'm
on
sure
stream, like, this is the last game I played on stream, and I beat it. That was like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago maybe. So I'm just watching a video because I didn't understand the game at all. So I'm having this guy explain it to me.
these logs were placed here on purpose, it's completely up to chance when they spawn or even if you get the room to begin with. I feel like that takes away a lot of the emotion that can be derived from this. I wasn't happy or sad when I received these, I just was. That's the major fault of doing things this way, as less about being rewarded for taking the time to explore, and rather hoping and praying that the gods of Atropos will deem you worthy enough to give you one of the many items you've been searching for. The major benefit this system has though is that it gives the player the chance to experience the game their own way and at their own pace. All of these items may be random, yes, but that also means that they're optional. All the player needs to do is beat Nemesis to get Act 2 and then defeat the final boss Ophion to get the game's real ending. That's it.
This final boss, by the way, was probably the worst boss in the game. It just kind of was underwhelming for a final boss. It wasn't that cool, honestly. We're on bag 3 now. This is what we got so far. Little steps. Can we put our friends on here? Hold on. You're gonna duel it out. There we go. We're almost done. Kind of. L boss, yeah. It wasn't that cool, unfortunately. All right, time. Bag 3, not bag 4. That look like R2-D2? There is a Lego R2-D2 I want to get. It is pretty cool. I think it's like $300 though, so probably not going to get that anytime soon. Lego be very expensive. Alright, let's keep watching.
All the ciphers, logs, and xenoglyphs are optional. Hell, I don't even think the house sequences are required either. That means that it completely separates those who want to play the game for the story and those who want to play the game itself. For those that only enjoy its gameplay loop, you can skip all the pointless story beats, get right into the action. But for those like myself who want to know more about the game and its world, then you get out what you put in. If you want to learn about Celine, then you could focus on reading the scout logs, but if the aliens pique your interest, then you might start looking out for more sites.
I'll stick to my $14.95 Lego sets. Honestly, that's the way to do it, man. Once you go down this Lego rabbit hole of just buying sets, you can never escape. It just has a grasp on your life. Like, I've been doing this since I was a kid, like super young. And I'm still doing it now. I don't hate it, but it's just, it's costly. I'll say that. It do be costing a lot of money.
Ciphers. Essentially, the more you use it, the more you learn. It creates another perfect, seamless link between its story and gameplay, while also letting the player dictate their own pace. Speeding through the game at Mach 10 or spending 10 hours searching all the locations you can find are both viable thanks to the game's design, ultimately satisfying every player. As for the lore itself, well, it's actually kind of a mess. See, all the glyphs are written from the perspective of the one writing it, yet once again, one of these writers seems to be Celine. For example, Glyph 14 says, "I was rejected from Olympus. Our family split apart. I rose from the waters of the Okinawan Wenatchee Styx." This refers to a moment earlier in her life when Celine got into a car crash, something we'll see later. So not only was Celine alive during the time of these glyphs, but she even managed to write some of her own, meaning she at the very least knew the alien language. This also ties into something mentioned earlier, as the White Shadow was not just any old name, as it was something her son said to her before the crash. It's almost as if Atropos is altering the world to reflect the mind of the visitor. Thankfully, Celine doesn't take up too much screen time, as most of these glyphs are written by the aliens. According to what was written, they were all under one rule. They also seem to be a part of a hive mind, as that word is mentioned quite a bit throughout the glyphs. For the most part, the aliens seem pretty normal. They had a large society of aliens and created large buildings for them to live in. Something you'll notice though is that some of the levels take place in the same location. Level 1 is called the Overgrown Ruins, and level 4 is the Echoing Ruins. Traversing each biome also sees you coming across the same type of rooms as before. Celine also mentions how the coordinates of levels 2 and 5 are the exact same. That begs the question though, which one came first? while I believe Act 2 to be set in the past. The overgrown ruins implies that something was left to grow and that nature has come to reclaim it. Act 2 also introduces similar enemies to the previous act, except they're called protos, like Proto-Titanops, which specifically says that it's an ancestor of the Titanops, one of the enemies of Act 1. Furthermore, if you look up at the sky, you'll notice that the moon is present in Act 2, but shattered in Act 1. In this clip, I'm also using the photo mode slider to move the moon, so you can see that these shatter pieces move with the moon. Ignoring the fact that our solar system's moon is here illuminating the planet, which should not be possible, it shows that Act 2's levels were a previous era of the planet. The only counter-argument to this, though, is the fact that Helios, her ship, is noticeably more rusted in Act 2. Helios is a bit of an oddball in terms of everything, though, since it's the only thing besides Selene that remembers the past cycles as it keeps track of her data across the runs. Either way, what seemed to be the start of their downfall was when they met with Chaos. A recurring character alongside Selene is this large tentacle creature with 4 eyes called Chaos. One day, it seems like the aliens either stumbled upon this creature or were more likely summoned to meet Chaos, but in return they came out severed. So we have the Sentients, the aliens who were a part of the Hive Mind, and the Severed, ones who are not a part of the Hive Mind. This separation seems to be one of the many catalysts to kick off the war between the two groups, as even though they were their brothers, the Sentients saw them as anything but. As said in Glyph 5, our connection to our brethren was destroyed when we descended into the Abyss, and although we felt whole upon our return, our brethren feared us. This then started an all-out war between the two, but one of the glyphs mentions how the bloodshed was unnecessary, further saying that they only wanted to communicate with their brothers again. Glyph 1 says, our connection to our brethren is severed, our agony is maddening, we cannot stop the endless cycle of violence to come. So not only did they not want to fight, it seemed like they didn't have a choice in the matter. This fits quite neatly within the game, as the two groups are the personification of order and chaos. The Hive Mind is one homogeneous group, all united under one goal, while the Severed are individualistic, and individualism often creates chaos, as there is no central thesis holding it together. Chaos basically created chaos itself. But that was essentially the kickoff to this whole charade, as the real finale might have been the White Shadow. Selene mentions how, assuming she understands these archives correctly, the alien civilization that died here wasn't due to genocide or suicide, but rather some signal. One of the archives even displays an alien peering into the device that we touch at the end of the Nemesis fight. So there seems to be a connection between this device and the downfall of the civilization. Also, while not largely important, this war also ended up affecting our bosses. Freak and Ixion were aliens that became severed, and Nemesis was a sentient alien, one that was a part of the Hive Mind, but all that was left of them seems to be their burning blue face. While this is all fairly concrete, where things start to get a bit confusing is the introduction of the Creator-Destroyer. The glyphs specifically refer to these beings as the same person, never using the words Creator or Destroyer independently. It's pretty easy to surmise from the data that this Creator-Destroyer is Chaos, but Glyph 9, which talks about Nemesis, says, we recognize that we had a role in this unsought genocide. The one with the burning face is all that is left of our brother's mind. Only the Creator-Destroyer can now reach them if it's able to overcome the judgment that keeps it trapped in the cycle. The mention of a cycle is clearly referring to Selene, but that wouldn't make too much sense since all this happened before we got here. Well, not quite. See, Atropos is a weird planet when it comes to time. When we first arrived, we already saw 2 dead Selenes even though we just got here, so it's clear that Selene has been here before, just not our Selene, if that makes sense. Furthermore, one of the last house visits sees Selene firing a cannon which shoots down Helios. But that can't be possible since Helios was destroyed when we entered the planet. Selene is basically in some kind of time loop paradox, where she crash lands on Atropos, scours the planet only to find the house, goes through the sequences, and shoots the cannon that destroys the other Selene ship, only for that Selene to do the same thing, repeating the cycle. We're just one of the many Selenes in the loop, so it's unclear when this officially started. This might also explain how Selene can use the glyphs, as she's been here long enough to meet the Sentients and possibly enter the Hive Mind. Our Selene did not do that though, she arrived very late to the party. What's strange about this is that Selene also references this Creator-Destroyer too. Most of the glyphs that Selene writes seems to be written with I's and me's in them, as the Sentients usually use words like brothers or brethren. So it's likely that this Selene, the one making the glyph, is not the Creator-Destroyer, but the first Selene might have been. On top of this, one of the archives has a picture of a headless Astra Scout with the caption, the source of destruction and the end of all things, referring to her role as the destroyer. One of the scout logs also talks about how some of the wildlife reminds her of the creatures from her books, mainly Gorgons and Hydras, reinforcing a popular theory amongst the community that Selene's mind manifested the entirety of Atropos. It should also be mentioned, for the sake of thoroughness, that the astronaut is mentioned in these glyphs and archives too, but only by the name astronaut. So not only is this an actual entity on the planet, but it can be the Creator-Destroyer. All of this is great, but what's Chaos's role in all this? Well, outside of creating general chaos, it seems to also feast on pain, or at the very least the mind of the creature it consumes. To skip ahead, beating the final boss grants Selene access to the center of the planet, which she believes to be the core of the cycle here on Atropos. Touching this always plays the same cutscene of the crash, which we'll dissect later, but Chaos appears right at the end and seems to reach out to her. Following this, the player is then sent back to the beginning as if nothing happened. Glyph 6 says, "We saw countless arms reaching for the Creator Destroyer, a creature we..."
Yeah, so like even if you beat the game, you still go back to the beginning. So there's like, there's no happy ending really. Pretty insane.
We did not understand, but they were never satisfied even after countless feasts on its mind. By moving on, it could escape without suffering for eternity. My thinking is that this Selene that the Sentients observed was meeting with Chaos in multiple loops, and Chaos was feeding on her mind, which is how it's able to manifest these creatures on Atropos. Glyph 7 also mentions how the Severed shouldn't have followed the Creator Destroyer, so it's possible that Selene's insistence on meeting with Chaos caused the aliens to get curious only for them to become severed. All of that is just my opinion and complete speculation on my part, but something to keep in mind is that Returnal is never going to provide a complete picture. Returnal is like a 1,000 piece puzzle, but if a manufacturing error occurred, resulting us only getting a fourth of the pieces, with the company not reimbursing us for the rest. So we have to put the pieces we have together and then figure out what the picture was supposed to be on our own. All the info in the game will never get us close to the full picture. It's a puzzle that can never be finished, like a loop that can never be broken. But you know, never say never, so we'll try our damnedest anyway.
I wonder if the devs actually intended for it to be like that. I feel like when you make a game, you would want it to be pretty obvious, like, what is happening? Like, did the devs just say, you know what? We're just going to leave the lore here because we don't even know what's going on ourselves. That could be a possibility.
To reach our next objective, we have to make it to the Abyssal Scar in Oceanic Abyss. It's a nice thematic twist, as Act 1 has us ascend a tower to find the signal, while Act 2 has us descend an abyss to the center of the world. It was this act, though, that made me really appreciate the detail of Atropos. Not only are the levels intuitive enough to understand on subsequent runs, so you aren't confused when you inevitably have to come back, but they also manage to tell a story all on their own. Level 3, for instance, the Derelict Citadel, pretty much spells out the entire plot right there. It's a massive citadel that likely housed thousands of aliens at once. Just outside, though, is Level 1, which, as opposed to Level 2, is the only one that can be walked to. There are numerous statues in all the levels, but them being placed here is rather interesting. The way they're presented almost makes it seem religious. Some of them are even striking specific poses, like these statues which have their hands in their stomachs. There are a few archives in the game that place importance on very specific aliens, which makes me believe they have some kind of hierarchy. This idea of placing some people within the group on a pedestal could explain the entrance to Level 3. There are quite a few corpses on the roads leading to the giant gate that sealed off the Citadel from the rest of the planet. This to me either means that some of the aliens were left outside and trying to get back in, or were traveling here on a pilgrimage. I am more inclined to agree with the latter, given that they are a part of a hive mind and to me would have no reason to cast out their brothers. Well, besides the one time that they actually did do that. Speaking of which, they too also have some interesting history implanted on the planet, as Level 2 has similar architecture to Level 1, but these statues are seen with red wrappings on them, along with ciphers that are plastered all over the walls. A few logs and glyphs talk about the Severed wanting to ascend and how these wrappings were part of their final ritual. Equally, these large centipede-like fossils that protrude out of the ground are also supposed to be a part of this religion, acting as almost proof of their beliefs. So even though we just barely combed over the landscape, we've already come to many conclusions about the aliens and their way of life, while also opening up more questions for later, such as the entire existence of Level 6. The Abyssal Scar is the oddest area of the bunch. It's down way below the planet's surface and also has no connection to Level 3 unlike the previous groups. Usually, if you don't figure it out by look, you could find the similarities in its design, such as how Level 2 and 5 share similar rooms but look nothing alike. 3 and 6, however, have no connection, as far as I'm aware anyway. There are statues accompanied by large structures that expand far past the render distance, but I just don't see the connection. Since we also have to consider how this place became the Citadel if our discussion about the acts is correct. Oddly enough, if it was the other way around and that Act 1 and 2 progressed in a normal way, then that would make more narrative sense here, but also end up clogging up the previous levels. It's like an allegory for the whole game, really. There's never going to be a moment where it all comes together and clicks. There's always going to be something missing. But there is still so much story that can be hypothesized by just looking at its grooves and edges. And I think that stands as a testament to the art and level design of this game. It's truly magnificent in so many ways, and is easily the best thing Returnal has to offer. Once you're done admiring that art though, you'll end up stumbling upon the final boss of the game, named Ophion. By now though, some of the names I've mentioned throughout this video will have perked your ears a bit, and for good reason. Many of the names used in this game are based on similar names seen in Greek mythology. Selene is based on the Greek goddess of the same name, who is seen as the personification of the moon, which could also explain why the moon is here on Atropos. Selene's parents were the titans Thea and Hyperion. In the old house, we see a photo of Selene's mom with the name Thea, and while we don't hear much about her father, Hyperion is a boss in the game, and there's a scout log referencing her dad playing an organ at one point, which is what Hyperion does.
Oh, that's kind of cool. I like that. They use mythology to kind of give the bosses some kind of representation. That's cool. We are almost done with bag 3. And I feel like I just started it.
The planet itself, Atropos, is also named after one of the 3 fates, who specifically cuts the threads of fate, meaning that Atropos would determine the states of all mortals and would have them cut ties with life by cutting their thread. Atropos the planet hasn't cut Selene's thread just yet, and wants her to experience and understand something, and only then will she be granted the sweet release of death. Defeating Ophion finally grants us access to the center of the planet. Down here is a black sedan, something that, while strange, will be relevant in just a moment. When Selene makes it to the center, she sees Chaos, who grants her a vision of the day she and her son got into a car crash. One late night, the two were driving somewhere before crossing a bridge, but on that bridge was the astronaut. This caused Selene to swerve out of the way and into the water. She sees Chaos down there, which prompts her to escape, but she isn't able to save Helios in time and has to abandon him. As I said earlier, Returnal won't be giving us any answers. Fortunately, there is more content to explore, plus this ending does recontextualize a few things seen throughout the game. At the beginning of every run, the game says Helios abandoned, which is a bit of an odd thing to display, but it refers to how Selene abandoned her son during the car crash.
Oh.
Back at the house, all the clocks say 8:36 p.m. Selene also leaves a voicemail for Helios during a visit to the house that talks about heating the food in the fridge.
Why did she name her son Helios? That's like such a horrible name. Like you would get bullied for that. Helium. Yeah, literally. That is a horrible name.
For 8 minutes and 36 seconds, and a scout log mentioned that when Selene left and died of old age, she was alive for 63 years and 8 days. 836 refers to the time the crash happened. Also, this one jump scare ends with one of the lights flickering on and off, and it kind of reminds me of the warning lights on a car. Furthermore, the song playing during their drive was Don't Fear the Reaper by the Blue Oyster Cult. In level 4, which is at the start of Act 2, Selene mentions a song that she can hear, and it gets louder and louder the closer you get to the source. This is supposed to lead you to Hyperion, but the song he's playing is a piano version of Don't Fear the Reaper. On top of this scene is where Helios mentions the White Shadow, the same name as the signal, and the black sedan in the ocean is the same car that she was driving the day of the crash. This is what gives credence to the theory that either Atropos isn't real and is simply all in Selene's head, or that Atropos is manifesting creations based on her mind. This is almost bluntly stated in Glyph 16, saying, quote, "This time I act without thought and reach for the lost child. My negligence is why I am here." Selene's hesitation that arose when it came to rescuing Helios cost him his life, and is one of the many reasons she's trapped here on Atropos. What could sway the pendulum towards the planet being real is that Selene is seen with heterochromia, a condition where the eyes are 2 different colors. Yet in the cutscene she has the same eye color, showing that this may have happened as a result of the crash, as this condition is known to sometimes manifest during traumatic moments. To me, anyway, it seems like Chaos wants her to remember what happened, as Selene has no recollection of these memories. In fact, when we first meet with Chaos, Selene even asks if this is something it wants her to see. In the DLC, which we'll talk about shortly, there is a poem called the Lamentations of Sisyphus, but the further down you go, the more it starts to shift the text. The original stanza talks about Zeus punishing Sisyphus for his sin, but eventually morphs into Chaos punishing her, or Selene, for her sins. The second line of "She who cheated death" could also refer to Selene abandoning Helios and surviving something that should have killed her. It still doesn't exactly help define its goals, but at the very least it does seem to want Celine to remember something, which is what leads us to the secret ending of the base game. Given how replayable Returnal is, and how much content you'll likely have left to complete, there's a good chance you'll still continue to play the game long after the credits roll. If you do and finish all the house sequences, then you'll start to notice a new item called the Sun Phase Fragments. Celine decides that she wants to set fire to the house here on Atropos, and to do that she's going to need more of these fragments. There are 6 in total with 1 for each level, but just like all the items before, it's completely random. The fragments do seem to have a set room that they spawn in, like here on level 1. I found that many others, including myself, all found the fragment in this specific room with the invisible platforms. But of course that is based on the assumption that you know what room to look for, and even if you do, it still doesn't matter as you have to hope the game spawns the room for you anyway. We've already discussed this earlier, but it's another reason why this randomized RNG system just does not work well when it comes to telling a cohesive story. Having to get lucky takes the fun out of exploration completely. It's no different than opening a loot box for a required story item. Assuming you find all the fragments though, you're given one final house sequence. On the first floor, there was a door that was always locked, but now we can enter it, and at the bottom is a single wheelchair. Celine talks about someone in this wheelchair and how they regret what happened to them, but unfortunately that's all the info we seem to get. That's because this cutscene is just one part of the story, as the reward for finishing this sequence is a set of car keys, and I only know of one car here on Atropos. That means we have to defeat Ophion again, as the car is locked behind the boss room. Having the keys allows you to interact with the car, rewarding you with the second half of the cutscene, which shows a grotesque creature sitting in the wheelchair instead. It seems to briefly attack her before Celine fights back, wounding it in the process. Before it dies, it calls out to her, and the subtitles show the name Thea at the bottom. The final scene is then shown for the perspective of the astronaut, but Returnal takes a quick book out of Metroid Prime, as we briefly see the face of the being inside, only to discover that it's Celine. So she was both in the car and the astronaut during the crash? It's a little bit confusing, but thankfully we have one last piece of content to discuss.
Yeah, so I never ended up getting a secret ending. I just didn't really care for it that much. But it's kind of cool to see what happens if you do.
Gus. I can imagine players being a bit annoyed at the end though, seeing as it answers none of the questions posed by the game, but rather adds more complications. Still, like the last ending, there are a few more pieces that we can add to our puzzle. This creature is without question Celine's mom, but her design is rather peculiar. If we go with the theory that Atropos is manifesting creations based on the mind of the visitor, then this to me is how Celine views her mom, this disgusting looking creature. It's not the only time the game will do this, which is why I believe in the theory, but even the in-game items paint a pretty convincing picture. When visiting the house again, Celine might see a news report of a crash. This crash is not referring to hers, but rather the one with her mom.
Alright, we're done bag 3. We did this little like archway thing. That's where the window would go. And only 2 bags left. How long has it been? Like 2 hours maybe? Yeah, around 2 hours. Not too bad.
Celine and Thea got into a crash on the same bridge as the one Celine and Helios went on, but in this case, Celine came out unharmed and Thea was injured, forcing her to use a wheelchair for life. This tracks with the creature using the wheelchair, but her stomach is noticeably large, implying that Thea was pregnant. In the myth, Helios and Celine were siblings, with Thea being their mother, so it's safe to assume that the child would have been Helios. Celine's child, Helios, is different. There's another audio log that has Celine talking with her doctor. The two eventually got on the topic of names, but Celine claimed that she already had one picked out, saying that it was from her family, implying that she named her son Helios after her late brother that never made it. This hostility we see
Still
from
a
the
horrible
creature
name.
is also representative of Celine's relationship with her mom. Thea had the dream of becoming an astronaut, but thanks to the crash she was unable to live out that dream as her spine and legs were severely broken. She grew rather angry over this, and wouldn't have a chance to let this boil over since Celine got her passion for astronomy and space from her mom. Plus, according to the police report, the injuries Thea received were exacerbated due to her trying to save her passengers, so had she not saved Celine, she would have been fine. So now Thea has to watch her dreams slip away from her, all while her daughter gets to live the life that she wanted. That is why she hated her. Celine was abused as a child verbally and possibly physically due to this. It was always a bad day when Thea was around, and she was definitely going to make sure Celine got an earful of it, always reminding her that she was the cause of her mother's pain. Whenever her mother would call her, it was never to ask about her or how she's doing, it was always to complain. But this event caused a massive...
Sounds like a nice childhood. I don't think so, man.
rift between the two, one that would get worse as we continue to discover more about her. The only part about this that isn't exactly clear is Helios, Celine's brother, not her kid. Going back to the police report, the text specifically uses the words passengers and them, implying that Thea was rescuing multiple people and not just Celine. Within the DLC again is also a newspaper, with the crash being the headline. However, there's a paragraph at the bottom that says that the police have not found a trace of her missing child in either the lake or the surrounding forest, but that a second child was recovered and unharmed from the water. Weirdly, that last line is cut off in the in-game reader, which to my knowledge is the only document that does this. It's almost as if the devs had intentionally hid this detail here on purpose. The mention of a forest, though, got me thinking about something else here in the hospital, and that's these childlike drawings of the reception desk. Each photo tells a tale about a girl and her family, her mom and someone who goes unnamed. One day they seem to have gotten split up and the girl was left wandering the forest. While walking around, she heard a voice call out to her but couldn't find the source. Eventually she did make it home, but by the time she did, she ended up becoming a full-grown woman. The final line says, "It's time to take flight to where the sun shines bright." My initial reaction was that the sun was a metaphor for heaven, and that this was Helios, whose soul was trying to find Celine and Thea. But the pictures seem very adamant that this character is a girl, which adds to the confusion. Plus there's also the question of who the blurred out name is. I'm not entirely sure what to make of this myself, but at the very least the newspaper does at least confirm that two kids were in the car at the time of the crash. Celine and who I assume was her brother Helios. Everything regarding Thea's pregnancy is completely up in the air. Thankfully we do have a few more pieces of info to find, but before we move on to that, I know this video has been rather disjointed, almost mimicking the chaotic nature of the game's own story. But I do hope that through all this you can see how wonderful the story of Returnal has started to become.
Not
you will
really.
feel extremely confused by the end, but the game does make sure things are at least semi-cohesive when it comes to the important stuff. Mystery is an easy way for me to get interested in the story. I wanted to know what happened to Celine and why she was being subjected to this. The game continuously strung me along with this pitch, and the longer I held on, the more enveloped I became. Like I said before, from very early on, I knew I wanted to see this through to the end because something about this was truly special. It was like something I hadn't experienced before, so like Celine, I wanted to get the answers to the questions I had. But just as the loop continues, so too does the story. A year after release, Returnal would get a free post-launch update called Ascension, which not only added a co-op mode, letting you brave through the dangers of Atropos with a friend, but also added a new endless game mode called the Tower of Sisyphus.
Yeah, so this endless game mode, I've been playing it a lot in my free time. It's been really fun to just jump in and just shoot some aliens and try and get a high score.
In the myth, Sisyphus refers to the man of the same name, who is most well known for being the guy who rolls the boulder up a mountain. That's because he was a prominent trickster and cheated death quite a few times, so the gods cursed him to roll the boulder up, only to let it go back down once he reached the top. Instead of rolling a boulder up a hill though, we're going to be rolling Celine up a tower. As the name implies, this is a gauntlet of death that can't be finished. The whole point is to go through as many floors as possible until you die, and then do it again to get a better score. It is without question a perfect DLC for a game like this. Outside of the occasional cipher and scout log, the tower is a strictly gameplay focused experience, so for those that want the gameplay, then you can kill to your heart's content. Plus you no longer need to reset once the final boss of the act is complete, as there is no ending. You can go as long as you want. It's genuinely an amazing piece of content and the only thing this game really needed, honestly. But the tower is not without its own story. The DLC adds more scout logs, glyphs, and archives, some of which are related to the tower, while others help add more context to the previous conversations we've had throughout the video. It also acts as a continuation of Celine's story, as while reveling in the death and carnage, you will, once again, eventually slip up and die. This causes a hospital bed to spawn in the main room. These hospital visits replace our house sequences from earlier, and are to me the most important piece of content in the game. Seeing the hospital reminds Celine of her mother and decides to get her a bouquet of white poppies. Celine likely did this before in real life after the crash had happened, so she's trying to do it again in hopes of getting an answer. This requires us to get 6 poppies, just like the 6 sun fragments, and they are acquired the exact same way, yet it's somehow more annoying than before. The 6 fragments were random, whereas the 6 poppies are guaranteed to always show up on the same floor. Except you can only carry one at a time, as each one comes with its own hospital visit. So continuing on to the next floor after finding one is pointless. Each time you acquire these you have to get the flower, die or reset, do the hospital visit, go back to the tower, then go a little bit further than last time, only to repeat that 5 more times. It is agonizingly slow.
Yeah, so I managed to get all the flowers. I never really did anything with it. I didn't go back to the hospital at all. I just continued on. Just kept doing the tower. Because the tower is fun. The gameplay is what really it's what I like most about the game. The story I could care less for. But I do want to know like what actually happened. Like what's the reason behind everything?
Oh, and maybe one of the most tedious things I've ever done. I have no idea how they managed to make the gathering process worse than the sun fragments, but they did. What broke up a lot of the tedium though was the scout logs that appeared here, and while all of them were informative, some of which I want to highlight were about Celine's mental state. Going off what's heard, it's almost as if the tower has broken her in some way, or at least another version of her, since of course our Celine is not the one making these logs. She's left feeling helpless after every failure, since she has to go all the way back down just to climb up again. One of the scout logs mentions how she's doing this to give herself meaning and purpose. She has exhausted all the options but the tower, so if this fails, that's it. She needs to believe that there is something at the top, so she has to convince herself to not give up, as if this fails and there truly is no way out, then what's the point? A bit unrelated to this, but there are a few more logs that present her as almost manic, mentioning how her suit claims that she's contaminated by all the blood and parasites attached to her, but she doesn't seem to mind, as she actually feels beautiful in her new skin. It's almost meta in that sense, as while our Celine didn't say these words, the player could be feeling this emotion. All of the Celines in-game are really just all our different versions playing at once. Your Celine and mine are out there doing their own thing separately, so naturally each one will reflect the mind of the player wielding her. Are you confident enough that you can make it to the top, or have you given up, wallowing in the blood of your enemies as you try to make sense of what's going on, questioning whether this is even worth your time? Similarly, those that have succumbed to the cycle and uninstalled the game is another way of saying that Celine gave up. It's a rather fascinating way to portray a character, especially if you look at this from Celine's perspective. All of these Celines may be different, but they are her, so if the tower broke them, who's to say it won't break her too? It becomes even more concerning once you start to familiarize yourself with Celine. Being part researcher and part explorer, much of her dialogue is analytical, explaining things based on how they are, rather than delving into nonsensical, opinionated talks. When Celine first grabs the assault rifle, she doesn't cheer in joy over finding a better weapon. She rather notes how the weapon is similar to the carbine technology that they have back on Earth. Or instead of freaking out over the parasite grabbing her arm, she studies it, lets it attach to her, and then reports how she feels. To use a weird analogy, it's like hearing your quiet friend get angry for the first time. You're almost taken aback by it. Equally, whenever Celine talks about herself and has an actual opinion, it's time to shut up and listen, as who knows how long it's going to be before she says something else again. Which is made all the worse when the opinions you do hear of her are about her abusive mother or how she went off the deep end thanks to the dangers of Atropos. Assuming you do push past the rooms and gather a poppy or two, you'll gain access to the hospital. The hospital visits are largely the same, with small parts of the area being changed each visit. Sometimes a new note will appear or another iteration of something will develop. After enough flowers have been found, Celine can then open the door. Inside is her mother Thea, but instead of berating her like before, the two hug for probably the first time since the crash.
That's kind of gross,
though, as the body will disappear with chaos taking her place. When she wakes up, she recalls that this is how things actually were. No atonement or embrace, just guilt and anger. Like the base game, there is one last ending to acquire, but the hospital and tower give us a ton of new information that either adds or recontextualizes most of what we know already. So now that everything has been given to us, we can finally talk about what's really going on here. As mentioned before, Celine and Thea got into an accident one day, which permanently left Thea bound to a wheelchair. As we know though, Celine would also get into a car accident on the same bridge, except she managed to survive, with Helios taking the fall. Returnal is quite a weird story with many coincidences, but it becomes a lot easier to understand when you look at it metaphorically. Both women, Celine and Thea, were mothers who had dreams of being astronauts and crashed on the same bridge. It's meant to show how similar the two are, and how Celine has become like her mother. It's also meant to show the effects of generational trauma. Thea's disappointment in Celine affected her mentally, which in turn was passed down to Helios through her, because the other connection they share is that they both detest their children. Thea didn't like Celine, that much is clear, but quite a bit of evidence seems to imply the same between Celine and Helios. One of the house sequences actually has us playing as Helios. This is confirmed as much when you read the name on the door. In that same level, there's a voicemail on the answering machine from Celine where she tells him that she's going to be home late. Celine worked long nights to pursue her dream, but ended up neglecting Helios because of this. There was also possible evidence that she physically abused him. At one point, his favorite plushie Octo goes missing, only for it to be found underneath the kitchen table. When he goes downstairs, he says that Octo knows not to go down here, referring to the fact that Celine might get angry at him, so he tries to stay upstairs in his room. It's very common for kids of abused parents to see places in their homes as off limits. Rooms you don't want to enter unless you want to piss off mom and dad. That's what this feels like to me. Similarly, Helios ends up running into the living room at one point as he's trying to hide from what he calls the monster, which eventually revealed to be the astronaut. He is specifically hiding inside the TV until the astronaut reaches in and grabs him. But this same scene happens earlier, but from another perspective, as at one point Celine goes up to the TV and reaches her hands in as well. She also has a dialogue line that says, "What are you doing? Wake up." These two scenes are likely the same thing from different points of view. Analyzing the dialogue likely means that this is how Celine woke Helios up one day, possibly because he wouldn't get out of bed or simply because she was already angry and decided to take it out on him. Celine doing the same actions as the astronaut lines up with the other ending where Celine is seen inside the suit of the astronaut. But I wouldn't take this literally. Just as this creature might be how Celine sees Thea, the astronaut is how Helios might see Celine. I see it as a representation of Celine's drive to become an astronaut. Back to that other house sequence, alongside news of the crash is another report about the lunar landing. This shows the two most significant parts of Celine's life, her relationship with her mother and her dream of becoming an astronaut. Relating this back to the prior scene, her dream of exploring the world is overtaking her responsibilities as a mother, correlating with the voicemail of her coming home late. Celine wanted to pursue her dreams, but like Thea, their child forced them to stay grounded on Earth. As much as she hates her though, there is also a log of Celine's that mentions how Thea was right when it came to raising a child. Celine figured that she could be a better mother and possibly stop the trauma that Thea imposed on her, but she ended up becoming just like her mother, doing the same things as she does and reacting the same to similar situations. Like the Abyss though, we've only just breached the surface, as I think we can go even deeper with this. This next bit isn't confirmed, but does at least warrant some discussion. Crazy theory, but I believe that Celine may have killed Thea and Helios so that she could become an astronaut.
What?
At the hospital is a police report that shows that a police officer got a call about a disturbance at the Vassos residence, which is Celine's last name. When he arrived, she was too distraught to talk, but the officer noticed that the house was on fire. When you put down the report though, Celine says the line, "The price of freedom." This was one of those wide-eyed, jaw-dropping moments to me, as this was one of the most obvious confessions I've ever heard. We know that Atropos has parallels to things from Celine's past, so it's to my understanding that Celine burning the house on Atropos was connected to Celine burning her own house with Thea inside. This could also explain why we have to go to the basement to find the wheelchair, as it could be showing us where she was in her last moments. As for Helios, well, we already know about the crash, but I also believe this to be intentional. I think it's fair to say that the astronaut is not real, at least on Earth. We know it's a real entity on Atropos since the glyphs mention it by name, but it's also Atropos. A lot of weird shit goes on here. To me, I see the astronaut in this moment as Celine refusing to acknowledge her decision, by instead blaming it on something else, while also reinforcing that her ambitions as an astronaut far outweighed everything else in her life, as it's the astronaut that caused the crash, or more specifically, it's her dreams of becoming an astronaut that caused the crash. Still, this doesn't explain why she threw the car off the bridge, and I admit, it's a pretty big hole in my theory. It's also quite difficult to get a timeline of these events too. What convinces me that most, if not all of this was intentional are two scout logs. One where she says, "That's why I signed up, there are no attachments pulling me back," and another where she mentions how she has given up everything for this role. The wording here is quite interesting, as it's almost like she sees her family as a burden to her. People are stopping her from achieving her dreams, which is why she had to get rid of them. Another log also laments how Thea was never happy, but that she always saved her smiles for Helios. Once again though, after it's found, Celine will then say that now they can be together again, further confirming that yes, both are dead, but her tone here is bizarre. There is no guilt or sadness or anything, just once again stating the facts as she always does. And it's a pretty cold thing.
Happened to be an astronaut on the street, yeah. This game is just all over the place, really. Which is why I'm watching this video, to get some sort of explanation. It's almost over. We got like 10 minutes left.
Thing to say for someone who just lost her mom and son. Everything about Celine being a murderer though is just my interpretation, and I don't want it to come off as canon, just a tinfoil hat theory. The tinfoil is starting to meld into my skull though, as there is still the biggest question that lies at the heart of all this. Is Atropos real or not? Celine acknowledges that Atropos and the astronaut are real, but in the same breath says that she can't trust her own mind. There are also numerous references to Celine not being fit for the job. At her house is a rejection letter from Astra that is next to her computer, and numerous scout logs talk about her mental state, one of which is about her delusions. It seems like Celine never became an Astra Scout, which leads some to believe that this is all in her head and that exploring space was something she wanted to do but never could. It also might explain the car crash, as she was possibly lost in thought or angry over the rejection, causing her to take her own life. However, Scout Log 62 shows that after Celine gets out of the car, she makes it home and greets her mom, so it wouldn't connect to the theory that she died along with Helios and is living out her life in her head. Assuming that this is true though, that would then make Returnal a proprietor of the "it was all a dream" trope. While I don't personally subscribe to the theory myself, even if it is canon, it's not as simplistic as boring as the trope often is. Usually this ends up giving the scene no meaning, but I found it to be the opposite. Celine and the parallels to her mom are integral to the story, and the game has a clear inspiration from Greek mythology by using its characters and events to create another parallel to the story. Celine is in a manifestation of her own hell, either because the planet is manipulating her or because she's guilty of multiple heinous acts and is now being tortured for them in her metaphorical purgatory. Even if the main plot of Atropos didn't happen, the relationship with her mom and son did happen, and were at the very least the cause of these possible delusions. Like I said though, I don't personally believe in the theory myself, as I find the story much more entertaining and rewarding if Celine had actually landed on a planet that is forcing her to question herself and come to terms with what she did. Regardless, Celine is still not done yet. Talking with her mom didn't reward her with anything, so now she must seek the answers once more. Her only lead though is the tower, this never-ending spiral that continues to push her further and further into madness. She believes that if she climbs high enough, she'll be worthy in the eyes of Algos. Algos is the boss that you fight at the end of every phase, who is unique in the fact that he only starts with one phase of health. The trade-off is that he grows in power upon each visit, having up to a maximum of 3 phases by your 3rd fight. 3 is the magic number after all. 3 levels in Act 1, another 3 in Act 2, and 3 more to cap off the 3rd act. This means that Celine has gone through a total of 9 different levels across the game, almost as if she's going through the 9 circles of her own hell. As you can tell, he's a specific boss to the tower, and the only one you'll fight in said tower. Well, at least as far as Phase 3. I didn't make it very far into Phase 4. Like the rest of the cast, the name is based on a Greek deity, who is seen as the personification of pain. Fitting, given how painful this thing is to climb. This could also be a happy accident, but Algos is often a shortened version of the word algorithm, and Algo is also the name of a programming language, which could link how the tower and the previous acts can be seen as an algorithmic sequence of different levels and maps. All that's required of the player is for them to reach Phase 4, Room 1, as doing so will mean you have completed the first 3 phases and fought Algos 3 separate times. Once defeated, Celine will question if she is finally worthy and thinks that she should visit the hospital again.
Show me then. What do you want me to see? Is this all I get? Just an empty space where she should be. A moment of respite, at least. A break in the cycle. No pain here. This was earned.
Chaos has taken her to a pocket dimension of sorts filled with nothing but emptiness. Inside are numerous other Celines who all made it to where she is now. Despite feeling displeased about not being shown anything as her reward, she notices that it's rather calm and is likely the first time she's given herself a break since landing on Atropos. So like the Celines around her, she kneels down and rests, and judging by the others, she likely stayed here until her time was up. Even though the player can continue playing after viewing the cutscene, Celine doesn't comment on the vision, so this cutscene seems to be the final moment of the story. She doesn't go back to Atropos, her journey is complete, and the cycle is broken.
Oh.
It's not exactly a happy ending, but it's something. Celine finally understands what she did and came to terms with her own life. Her actions, decisions, thoughts, and excuses all came back. She finally understands and accepts who she is. While being able to go home and live her life would be great, this is as good of an ending as you could ask for. Plus, assuming that Celine is actually guilty of murder, this is ultimately a fate she imposed upon herself, so it's fitting that she doesn't get everything she wants, after taking it away from those that she knew. But this finally leads us to the actual ending of Returnal. If the commentary throughout this video didn't give it away, I love this game. The gameplay is utterly addicting, and I cannot wait to hop in and grind the tower again. The amount of items, weapons, and buffs you can find add to the diversity of each run, forcing you to not just go back to the old reliable. Sometimes the cards aren't in your favor, and you have to roll with the punches, whether it means being permanently debuffed or having to kill the final boss with the starter pistol. Sometimes you just have to go with the flow. It's a perfectly concise gameplay loop that I never got tired of. The story, on the other hand, is anything but concise, but there is beauty within all that chaos. Piecing together lore from all kinds of different sources is exhausting but very rewarding, as I feel like I'm uncovering my own secrets, just as Celine was uncovering the story of Atropos. This video is my attempt at making sense of this chaotic amalgamation so that I could share it with those who may be confused. But as you can see, Returnal is a community-driven game, and only by interacting and sharing can we truly uncover its narrative. So if you played the game yourself or came to some conclusions while watching the video, feel free to leave them down in the comments below.
So that's it. That's how the game pans out. You go to the tower, you collect the flowers or whatever, and you just die on the planet. There's no happy ending to the game. Almost done with bag 4, I think. We are getting there. What do we do after? Do we want to play games? Let me check my Steam. What can we play? I mean, we could do Returnal. We could do some tower runs. It's pretty fun. I don't mind doing that. We could start Dark Souls 2 if we really wanted to. I think I prefer to leave that for tomorrow, though. Do a long stream tomorrow for Dark Souls 2. We could do some Risk of Rain. That could be chill. We could do League if we wanted to. Maybe we do a game of League and then like Risk of Rain or something. Just one game of League. I got done my placements yesterday. And I'm bronze 1. So I'm like almost silver. Maybe we get silver and then we hop into Risk of Rain. We'll see, though. We'll see how it goes. Let's see. Are there any new game releases? Let's see May. Anything coming out in May? Oh my gosh. Wait. This is last year. I want 2024. Let's see. Oh, Ghost of Tsushima. That's May 16th. Probably going to be playing that. And then June 21st is Elden Ring DLC. July has almost nothing. Yeah, we'll see. We'll figure something out. What was I building? This thing. I said this last stream, but I'm thinking of going back and playing Hollow Knight because I never finished it. How many hours do I have on it? Let me see. I have 7 hours on Hollow Knight? Really? I thought I only had like 3. Maybe we start from the beginning though. Because I don't really remember what happens. Because I've heard good things about the game. But I kind of just like abandoned it. I never played it all the way through. So we might do that this summer. Do I have any other games on my Steam that I haven't played? I have this game called Signalis, which I bought like a year ago. And I never played it. It's like a... What is it? Survival horror? It has really good reviews. That's why I bought it. Never got around to it though. We will see. Anything else we can watch? That was a good video. I enjoyed that. There's a new Transformers movie coming out in September, I think, called Transformers 1. Looks pretty interesting. It's fully animated, which I think is cool. I know some people didn't like that, but I don't mind the animated films. These feel so flimsy. Still haven't found that one piece that I was missing at the beginning. I have no idea where it is. I don't think I dropped it, because I think I would have known if I dropped it. Yeah, it looks good. So what we got so far? Almost done. One last bag. I'm just throwing all my garbage on the floor. I gotta clean this up after. I think this might be my first Emperor Palpatine minifigure. I don't think I have one. Yeah, I think this actually might be my first one, which is kind of surprising. He doesn't come in a lot of sets, though. This is him. That's what he looks like. Wait, just sits on there like that? Okay. Oh. No, that can't be right. Nothing else holding it in. I guess it's like that. There's got to be... Oh, okay, yeah. We have to actually build it. So it's these little pieces here. Like go around the window and actually hold it in. Trying to think if there's any other updates that I have. Not really anything else besides being done with school. It's weird not having to like worry about working on the next assignment or anything. Now we just get to chill for a bit until next semester. Any other videos we can watch while I do this? What's on trending? Anything cool and new? Oh, really, to be honest. We could watch an Elden Ring lore video. Is there a short one that we can watch? Not really, to be honest. All of them are like 40 minutes long. The game just has so much lore. Which is, it's pretty insane. Yeah, we might do a league match after I'm finished. Do some league. Just one game. And then we'll play like Returnal or Risk of Rain. I think League might be the game I have the most hours in. I know I have like over 1,000 in Apex Legends. But I think I have more in League. All right, we add this on to our build. I still am missing that one piece. Like, I don't see it anywhere on my desk. I think I'm actually missing it. Which is like the first time in forever that I'm missing a piece. I remember when I bought, like this was like years ago when I was like super young. I bought a Lego set and like almost the entirety of like, almost all of like bag one was missing. It was crazy. I had to return it. It was like the last one they had too in stock. It is what it is, though. That was a Ninjago set, though, which I don't collect anymore. I only have a few Ninjago sets. I was really into it when I was younger. The Ninjago sets are pretty cool, though. They got some cool builds. Are these just the same songs? Let's see. Is this one different?
I am a Jedi, like my father before me.
I don't get DMCA'd for this. There's quite a bit of repetition in this build. Like, it's just the same thing over and over. Here we go. Oh, you can put his lightning down here for storage. Yeah, I'll probably do that. I don't think I'll display it with his lightning. Just gonna have the two of them dueling. Forgot to add these little pieces underneath. There we go. Look at that. 40th anniversary of Return of the Jedi. I feel like that movie gets some hate. I like it personally. I think it's really good. But I think Empire Strikes Back is probably the best out of the originals. Probably the best in general too. Revenge of the Sith is pretty good too as well. It's like a tie between those two for me. I have to build this thing 8 times? Bruh. Okay. All these pieces are like really small too. So it's like really annoying. Gonna have to do this on the other side as well. Honestly, the missing piece won't be as noticeable because it's kind of underneath. Yeah, I do need to build a second one of these. Man. I gotta make a list of all the games I want to get done for my break. Am I missing another piece? Oh no, it's right there. I'm blind. Probably wasn't the smartest idea to build this on my desk because my mouse pad is black and half of these pieces are black. That piece has got to be around here somewhere. About to call Lego. Did we call Lego on stream and complain to them? All right, finally done with that.
This is the way.
All that's left, I think, is the throne. There's no way all these pieces are for the throne, though, right? Surely not. We are almost done, though. Almost done. I'm hoping when I clean everything up, I can find that piece. Because I really think it's somewhere. There's no way I'm missing a piece. Man, there's so many like small pieces in this set. This throne has a lot of pieces. I didn't think it would have this much. We were so close. Only a few pieces left.
Jabba ruled with fear. I intend to rule with respect.
Just a few more pieces. This throne is kind of sick. Looks nice. Yeah, it looks pretty cool. Looks pretty cool. And that's it. It's done. We finished. Let's go. Hold on, I gotta put the figures on it. 3 hours and 3 minutes later. That ain't too bad. I gotta clean up now. My favorite part. There we go. All done. Okay. I'm gonna clear all this up and I'll be right back.
I am a Jedi, like my father before me.
All right, I'm back. I didn't find the missing piece, unfortunately. So it actually is missing. Which is pretty insane, because that's the first time that's happened in a while. And the set is like pretty small too. It's not a whole lot of pieces. I have to complain to LEGO. I'm gonna start a hate thread on Twitter towards the LEGO group. They gotta fix their stuff, man. Anyways. There it is. I put it right in front of the Falcon for now. There's not really a better spot for it. Maybe there is, but that's where it's going for now. Looks pretty good. Well, what do we do now? Do we want to play League? I'm kind of craving a game of League. Let's do one game. One game of League, and then we'll play something else. Okay, fine. Yeah. One game. Just one. We'll do ranked. What can go wrong? Yeah, so I mostly play bottom. Bottom is my main role. And then sometimes I play top or mid as well. Any skins on sale? Nah, not for anyone that I play. Jeez, that's loud. Who do you main? I main pretty much everyone, but I have the most hours on Kai'Sa. But I can pretty much play anyone bot lane. I banned Draven because I hate him. We'll take heal. Oh wow, they banned Kai'Sa. Nice. Who do I play now? Maybe I can counter pick. Caitlyn? They have Skarner too. That's kind of weird. I don't like Skarner. I'm gonna play MF. What's her rune? I forgot. It's first strike? I don't know if I want to do that. Kind of. I think I'll stick with that. That looks good. Our team doesn't look too bad. I think we got this. They don't really... I mean, Skarner is their only, like, tank. I'm gonna do that instead, I think. Maybe this as well. Alright, let's see how this goes. What is our team looking like? Not too bad. Everyone seems like they know what they're doing with their champion. Why is it in windowed mode? Full screen. There we go. They want to invade already? I guess we're invading.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. 30 seconds until minions spawn.
No, we're not invading? Okay. We just chilling?
You can't keep a vengeful girl down.
Zyra is probably going to be our biggest problem. I'm not too afraid of Caitlyn, but Zyra is going to be annoying.
Clean kills are fine. But not that fun.
I think I'm just going to wait for level 2. Oh, she flashed in. Nice. We got flash and heal on Caitlyn. It's already a really good start.
Nice day for some payback.
Oh, she's 1 HP. I should have autoed and then queued.
Exo, take us home.
Returning for upgrades, suit repairs, data corrupted, blood scrub.
I don't want my Lux to die. What do I build into? I think I build Kraken Slayer, maybe? It's not even on here. There it is.
Updating plugins.
Everybody wants to be in my firing line.
I gotta switch my category to League. Hold on.
I'm just a lonely girl piloting the galaxy's deadliest superweapon.
Oh no, I need my farm first. That's more important. I can't move forward because of the trap. Wow, we hard lost that trade. Our jungler is bot side. He might rotate down and help us. No, he's recalling. We're on our own. Oh, now he's gonna go. Okay. We'll just wait. I still have heal.
Double the lead, double the dead.
Oh wow, she did that much damage? That's kind of insane. Let me edit my stream info. League of Legends. There we go.
Stack the bodies, count the cash.
Oh, I didn't buy items. It's fine.
Out here, there's no justice but my justice.
I kind of want to get them to stay in lane. Oh, Caitlyn is staying. Zyra is still here as well, surprisingly. Oh, their jungler's here.
They say about big guns, big bullets.
They might have recalled. I think we're good to recall then.
They get to watch me leave.
An enemy has been slain.
That's the stuff. More guns, more glory. Shoot first and there are no questions later.
Why is my FPS at 120? It's still bugged. Windowed maybe? Then back to full screen? There we go.
With Sarah Fortune, it's always personal.
Shut down.
Their mid laner is 3-1. They're probably a dragon.
There are lots of bad guys.
I don't have my ult yet though. Oh, Lysandra is here. I had to flash that. As much as I didn't want to, I was gonna die. I gotta get my ult. It's only Zyra, they got it. Yeah, we can push now because their support is dead. Nice. This might be a free tower. Hopefully. Their jungler is mid lane, so. I don't know why the Lux was going all the way there. That's fine though. I'm just gonna keep this pushed. I can buy my item.
Get a good look. Next time you see me, we will be friends. Everything's a bullet if you believe.
I'll just build towards Collector. I can get boots on my next back. I think Collector's my next item. Hopefully.
Nothing like a smoking corpse and a paycheck.
Anomalous behavior detected. Please enjoy your revenge.
I don't know where their support is.
And this goddess aims to collect.
Oh, she's still here.
Do I look like I'm interested in talking it out?
Already fighting in team chat. This Lux is pretty good.
Scanning for cowards.
Kind of insane, low key. Oh, the Lysandra is here. you see my Q? No. I can't catch up. Oh, they got her.
Don't know what it is, but I like it.
Reminder, avoid cauterization for maximum injury.
I need a bit more gold for a pickaxe.
War taught me two things. How to
My database says this is a form of team building.
They should have finished me off when they had the chance. Now let's try a real target.
I almost have ult. We can maybe make a play here. I'll give her the double. Lux can do a lot, even though she's support.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Updating plugins.
I always check the body. Wouldn't want a pissed off exopilot hunting me forever.
Oh, top lane is in shambles. They want to surrender. No, we're not surrendering.
Every suit is my strong suit. Keep an eye out for me. I've got more firepower than I know what to do with.
Drop that tree.
Quiet.
This is not good. Oh, they're probably gonna go for Rift Herald.
I kill for sport, business, and pleasure. Sometimes all three.
Maybe not.
I'm the most wanted woman in the universe. In more ways than one.
Where'd Skarner go? He's just here. Oh, he's up there somehow.
Exo, take us home.
Returning for upgrades.
Let's help our top laner.
Data corrupted. Unscrub.
I don't want her to get too behind. Oh no. Yeah, nothing I could do there. Oh, I almost have enough for my item. I'm just gonna stay. And to farm up a bit.
Nobody ever got what they wanted playing by the rules.
You have broken Galactic Law 2,587 times.
And I get what I want.
Oh, Dragon is up as well. Soon. I won't have my ult though.
Blinkers are fine, but not all that fun.
This is a bad spot to be in. Ah, they got our turret down there. I'm just gonna recall and get my item.
That's the stuff. If they're real nice, I'll let them get to the fruit.
Where do I go next? Probably this for the Skarner. Oh my. I don't have any HP to fight this. Just leave the dragon. Yeah.
More guns, more glory. Maybe they die today, maybe they die tomorrow. But if I'm coming for him, has destroyed a turret.
At least our top laner's pushing. She's gonna get pretty strong.
I'm just a lonely girl piloting the galaxy's deadliest super weapon. Nobody crosses an exopilot.
You cross nearly everyone you meet.
They love it.
Your turret has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain.
Oh my gosh, she does so much damage. I do a lot too. I didn't want to ult there because I knew I was gonna die. We did a ton of damage though. Trundle can probably... Caitlyn flashed. You're just getting stunned. You can't do anything. Caitlyn has 3 kills now.
Every single one of them is dead.
Yeah, that's a lot of money for Caitlyn. Oh, she's gonna be pretty strong now.
Exo, how's my night look?
Nightly schedule includes flirting, followed by extreme violence.
revenge served cold. Pretty lady in a suit, weapon of mass destruction. What's the difference, really?
Need to wait for my Trundle to go in. No way I can fight all of them. That was an insane ult. Skarner has Arcane Comet? That's a thing? Do I want to fully buy it? Yeah, why not? The crit is nice.
Out here, there's no justice but my justice.
I think I'll get probably Bloodthirster next, so I can stay alive a bit longer. If we can kill like 2 or 3 of them, we can probably go for Baron. Oh wow, Anivia actually killed her. It's a close fight though. Ah, she's dead. Nice. Yeah, we should probably do Baron. He's right.
Don't know what it is, but I like it. Shoot first and there are no questions later.
One more team fight and then we win the game.
It's Sarah Ford. It's all Miss Percy.
I don't want Trundle to be alone.
There are lots of bad guys. But they don't have bullets. I'm bad for the right reason. Sorry, little guy.
I think we just win here. My goodness, I almost died. Nice. GG. Oh, I got silver off of that. Nice. Promotion. Let's see. Yeah, Lux had the most damage. That's not surprising. 11 kills, 2 deaths, 13 assists. Not bad. Not bad at all. But yeah, 1 game, that's good. That's good enough for me. What do we want to play now? We could do some Returnal. I do want to play the tower a bit. It is a fun game mode. We could do a Risk of Rain. I don't want to start Dark Souls 2 today. I'll probably save that for tomorrow. What do we do? See if there's any other games that I have. Not really. Oh, the Remnant 2 DLC comes out in like 2 days. Hopefully I can play that with the people who I have been playing Remnant with. We'll see though. If not, I'll probably just stream it. The game is really fun. I don't know if I want to. Yeah, I don't want to start Dark Souls 2. I feel like when I play Returnal though, I kind of have to like lock in. I can't really talk that much. The game is pretty intense. Maybe we do Risk of Rain. Don't really have anything else. Maybe I just call it here for today, honestly. And then stream tomorrow for Dark Souls 2. There isn't a whole lot I can do right now. Yeah, I don't really have any other, like, games that I want to play. When does Ghost of Tsushima come out? That's like May 16th. What are the PC requirements? 2060. 75 gigs of space? I don't know if I have that much. Let me check. I have 340 left. Yeah, I'm definitely going to be playing this when it comes out. So we'll probably do... I don't think Dark Souls 2 is going to take us that long, though. Unless I, like, don't stream at all. And I plan to stream at least, you know, like 5 times a week.
I swore to protect this island with my life. But now the Mongols have stolen our home, killed our samurai.
Isn't a whole lot right now to play. Not sure. Maybe I just call it here. And then we go again tomorrow for Dark Souls 2. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. Alright guys, that's it for me. It was fun. I enjoyed building the Lego. Maybe we'll get another Lego set this summer. Let's see. Lego.com. Oh gosh. I know there's a new TIE Interceptor that comes out on May 1st. It looks so good. But it's like $300 and I don't have that money to spend on Lego. We'll see what we do for the summer. But yeah. I'm going to call it here. Thanks everyone who tuned in and watched. And I'll be live again tomorrow for Dark Souls 2. Long stream tomorrow. I do want to get a lot done. Maybe like 7-hour stream? Maybe? But yeah, that's it for me. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace, guys.